So, welcome to Timberborn. If you do not know Timberborn, if you're new to this game, Timberborn is a game where you are playing beavers, a civilization, a colony of beavers. Well, in this case, mostly robo-beavers because we're at night. And so most of the beavers are in bed. Can we find any that's not in bed? Probably not at this time. Let's start running the time and at some point it will become daylight. But yeah, right now you can see we have a lot of robo-beavers in our colony. At some point the beavers will come out of their houses that are right here and get to work. Very, very soon. Here we go. Look at that, all the cute beavers. And yes, they do have the channel logo on their tail. Cookies for Ray. Oh yes, very good idea. Cookies for Ray. You need to cook some noms though, so you're gonna have great noms, Ray. Thank you for being here and thank you for the cute drawing again. Yeah, so we have cute little beavers. That are going around and working in the colony. So we have a little habitation quarter over here with like entertainment stuff and all that. Over here we have a big storage area with the industrial area all around. We have another one over here. Basically it's expanded a bit around this area. We have a dam with some power storage with gravity batteries. So basically a weight that drops to generate mechanical power. And a little bit of farming over here with mangrove and cassavas and kohlrabies. We have another big area that does agricultural stuff over here and another big one over here. Here in the middle we have power generation. We have a bunch of engines generating mechanical power. And we also have water wheels over here. We have a big tunnel that we have fabricated where we have contaminated water that goes all the way through. And generates a huge amount of power. So that's our main power source at the moment, and also last time we've built bad water discharge buildings that ensure that this water is going to keep running even in the middle of a drought. And we have a big bad water dam here with a lot more mechanical storage and some pumps because we use it to make extract and to make explosives and stuff like that, and we like explosives, so we're making a lot of explosives. What else? Over here we have metal mining. Over here we have a bit of a mix of entertainment, like bigger entertainment stuff, and food processing, where we are making like oil, we're making coffee, stuff like that. We're also making eggplant rations and algae rations. So yeah, a bunch of food stuff. The coffee is being produced in this big field over here. What else am I missing? Yeah, we have other dams. We have one over here. We have one over here. And finally, one of the big projects that we are working on, you can see here you have tubeways where you have little lights zipping around. These are beavers and robo-beavers zipping around the tubeway lines. If we go have a look underground, deep enough, you can see a whole network of tubeways underground. We have been slowly moving the tubeways from above the ground to the underground. And so basically you can see at a lot of points like, oh yeah, there's a tubeways that comes all the way from underground and connects to whatever is right here, right? Um, same over here, same over here. And so basically we're going a little bit all the way around with the tubeways underground. And you can see that we have this big area here where we still have above ground tubeways. So that's one of the big projects that we are working on, is getting all the network underground slowly. Because it will allow us, well, first of all, it's better to look at, to have like roads above ground and like a station once in a while, a tubeway station with just a little vertical tubeway behind it, rather than having like a big freaking tubeways that covers everything on the top layer of everything. So yeah, and also it allows us to get around obstacles, basically. Like if we have waterways, a lake or whatever, we can go underneath, that's no problem. Whereas it's a little bit more difficult to go above. But yeah, that's a long-term project because it takes a long time to do that kind of stuff. Yeah, and we have a general project of increasing the beavers' happiness and also increasing the population of robo-beavers. So you've seen we have a lot of robo-beavers running around. Actually, a lot of them are doing pretty much nothing at the moment. You can see we have 44 unemployed bots at the moment. That's quite a lot. That's because we have 2 factories making bots. And these 2 factories making bots each stabilize around 100 bots. So we're trending towards 200 bots. And that's a lot of jobs that are covered, because that's like we have 200 beavers at the moment. So 200 bots will be almost half of our population. And so yeah, there's a lot of jobs that are now covered by bots that traditionally weren't. I should say. So it means we can replace a lot of jobs with bots. Let's see here. So this can be covered by bots. Why not? The kaboom factories can be covered by bots. How about these? They are all occupied by bots, so that's perfect. One thing I'm worried about for the bots is the grease. So let's get the grease factory run by bots. And the grease uses extract and canola oil. So we're going to need oil factories run by bots as well. So that's an oil press. Where are my other oil presses? I believe they're just right here. Let's get them all on bot power. Yeah, that's what we have. Perfect. Perfect. That probably means... well, I suppose this is already run by bot. That's perfect. Oh, we could get more scrap metal. But to be fair, we're pretty full on scrap metal, so I don't see the necessity of it. These don't require workers. I could get the coffee brewery run by bot, but I don't see the need for it. Let's run the industrial buildings by bot. I think is probably more relevant. It's also probably better for the health of the beavers. Let's go. Why is this workers 1 of 1? Oh. Did I disable other buildings like that? No. Okay. Yeah. Let's run a lot of these on board. Because every time you run something with beavers, I think you get a risk of accidents. At least for industrial buildings, in my experience. So I'd rather have bots do it. And more food stuff? I suppose food stuff is better done by beavers. If we have to choose, I'd rather have beavers do the food stuff. That's a lot of farmhouses. Do we really need that many? Suppose we do. Yeah, the detailers are okay. So I think we need a lot more logistics run by bots. So let's do that. Because bots work day and night. So really, for example, maybe I switch the mine back to day work and I like double the amount of workers. And that gives me a lot of bots that can go work in hauling. My cookies! Hey Hebe! What are you talking about? I don't see what you're talking about. I come back from walkies to find thief. It's okay because, like, it was for a good cause, you know? Oh no, wait. No, that's for Kaz. I don't know, is Kaz a good cause? They say not hippies cookies. Sus. There's a handwritten note on the jar, written in the hand of Kaz, written not hibis cookies. Definitely not hibis cookies. Kaz is a good cause. Well, see, it's a good cause then. You said so yourself. And Ray is a good cause too, because Ray made a cute pic for us that you can see in the Discord. She made a very, very cute puzzle Dalaster. So she deserves the cookies. See? Can't fault her for having some. Okay, that is legit adorable. Free pass. Right? That's amazing. I love Ray's art. Do check her out. She does streams. I believe she does drawing on streams sometimes. She only deserves cookies. Yeah. Only deserved cookies. You hard adulted today. Spent 100 minutes in the bank sorting stuff. Ooh. Yeah. That seems like it would be deserving of cookies. What is this? Tree maybe? Possibly? Okay, so let's have a look here what's happening downstairs. Over here. Aha. So we have these two things in line. And we want to continue that way, technically. So, and it's... Right, it's on the bottom level stuff, so that's good. We like the bottom. So let's reconnect them, and then we can go straight this way. I think... how far do we go? Let's see. Well, that should be almost far enough. Yeah. Yep. I keep hitting random key combos. It's a problem. Let's get like 5 further here. And hopefully that's good enough. And we are most definitely going to need to dig that up so that the beavers can get around. And now we are going to need a little place for an underground station. Just like that. And of course what takes priority here will be those. You walked, cooked, walked, and that's all you were willing to do. And the laminator at a treat, as a treat. Yeah. You did good. Well, you know, maybe you had a big headache, so you can't be very efficient every day. Some days we just need to take a step back and just rest. Let our body rest. Or ever. That's all you're willing to do ever. Mood. But yeah, it's okay. Like when you're not feeling well, don't be too hard on yourself. The head feels better, but it's gone down the neck and back now. Ooh. Yeah, not great. So yeah, see? Just be easy on yourself in these circumstances. I'm sure you'd tell others to do the same, so do follow your own advice. Alright, so this is getting built. We are going to want... Let's see. I'm probably going to want to move that. Maybe over here? Yeah, possibly over here. That's not a bad place to move it. I want to move it, move. Oh my god. Yeah. But of course I lost the location. So let's assume we move it on this style, basically. Sure. Oh, nice. So we need to dig this whole tunnel here. What else? Yeah, that's going to be nice for this one too. And then these will line up well too. Okay. So where do I put the connection for this one? The connection for this one will be underneath here. Right under here. So we can dig that. Ah, this is ready. Let's build the station. That way the beavers can start working on it. So here we're going to have a little tubeway station at the ground, which means the beavers can go inside this tunnel and start building these dig spots. You have no proof. I have no proof that you're a nice person. Oh, I'm pretty sure I have some proof that you're a nice person, Hebe. I hate to break it to you. A very cute and nice person. I'm not cute. Yes, you are. Hebe, please. Did I make Hebe blush? Is it possible to make Hebe blush? Actually, let's scrap that. This one does not need to be here. We're going to move that one tile to the left, to the right, I mean. It's for the best. We can move all this one tile to the right. Perfect. And this is already connected downstairs. So really, this one might not be. This one might be the only one left. In which case, we can dig here or here. I think possibly here, just to have some safety margin. I think we go here. And maybe actually here just to reconnect. Yeah, that seems okay. And so this is connected, so now we should see beavers come out here and go work around the little explosion. There we go. Perfect. So we're just going to need to come have a look at these once in a while. Because we're going to need to give them path to go further. But other than that, they're just going to work on it and make little progress. Little by little. Alright. Next, what do we do? Okay, so... what to do here? I suppose we should try to look into what the beavers need to get happier. In terms of resources, we're pretty okay on everything, I think. Yeah, everything seems to be fine. We have one bot vacancy, but that's gonna be filled in a hurry. We have 69 unemployed beavers. Nice. Very few broken teeth or injuries. That's cool. Wet fur, they're pretty happy about wet fur. We could get it higher, but I'm not sure how much better we can do. Oh, we have homeless beavers. Oh no. I didn't notice that. I apologize, beavers. Let's get to a home real quick. So we're going to remove this rooftop terrace for now. We'll rebuild it, but once we have more beaver habitation building. So let's see. We'll have these walkways over here. And then we can have the rooftop terrace back. Possibly we make it take a step back. That way we'll have space here to fit some stuff. Right? And then we can basically do the same everywhere else here. We don't mind having too much space. Yeah. These are like just half a barrack. So there's really no point. So let's just build back the terraces. We can maybe wait for one to be built before we remove one. Just like that. Waiting for materials a little bit, but that's coming. Let's go. We can remove this one now. And place it, of course. And so over here in the little corners, we can have either some well-being stuff or maybe some decoration. I'm not quite sure what we put here because a lot of the well-being stuff requires either like more space or power. Like the scratching machines. Actually, we could have scratching machines here. Now, are they scratched enough? No, they need more scratch access. So yeah, let's put scratching machines right here. Poof, 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 poof. Right. We can remove that. And more rooftop terrace. We might eventually need more rooftops to have more rooftop terrace. But that's okay. And more scratchers. Okay, so that should help. That should increase the happiness a little bit. Because they get more scratcher access. Swimming pool. Almost all of them have access to swimming pool. Exercise plaza is a little bit more of a challenge, but the exercise plaza is huge. So I'm not sure what to do here. Maybe we can have an exercise plaza over here. Yeah, let's do that actually. Exercise plaza. Where is it? Right here. Just like that. That would be nice. Should I have a little bit closer to Bray Station? I could possibly move the water over here. The big water tank. By 2 or 3. Yeah, I think I do that. I move the big water tank by 3 and I have another tube ray station right here. It's just water. We don't really need to save it. We just need this to be rebuilt pretty fast. If they do not mind. And then we can have a tube ray station that's going to give them really quick access to the whole entertainment center. And that means we want to do kabooms. Like basically right here. So that we can build the tube ray access. Hang on. Here we go. What do you mean? Oh. Yeah, you end up right on top of the tube. That's okay. That's okay. We'll work on it. Wait a minute. If they don't want me to build that, it means that there's no platform right here, isn't there? Yep. So if we build platforms here, I should now be able to build the tunnel access. Yes. And that will allow me to build all the way down here. Okay, that's perfect. So we're going to need to wait for them to dig this, but that's fine. Down here. There we go. So we need to give them path because this is out of range of their work area. They need a path access to access it. And probably I'm going to like, because that's shafts for the connections, right? So I think here what's going to happen is we're going to already destroy that. No, actually no, we're going to wait for them to dig all the stuff. That's better because otherwise they're going to need to go around and we're going to need more tunnels to make them go around and it's gonna be a whole mess. So we're just going to sit tight and wait. That's probably preferable. Right, so more exercising, perfect. What are we doing here? This is getting built in a relatively quick fashion. But there's a lot, so there's like still 8 to make. Okay, so all of them have a bed now. So what happened here for the beds is that as happiness increases, the lifetime of beavers, the average lifetime of beavers increases. And if the average lifetime of beavers increases, given that we always produce them at the same rate, for this tribe, beavers are made in these breeding pods. They don't reproduce naturally, so they're always made at the same rate. Right, a breeding pod sustains, like produces a beaver every few days. I don't remember how many, but like 5 or 6 days, something like that. And so if my beavers produced by this breeding pod live longer, that just means that I have more beavers overall. And having more beavers overall means that if I'm like slightly at the limit in terms of beds, I end up being short on bed. So that's what happened here. One thing we could do here is increase bot coverage. Couldn't we? We probably should as well. How do I do that here though? I think what I'm going to do... going to have a little platform here, a little staircase right here, and a path like that. Then we're going to connect straight over there. And this is going to get turned to... I'm going to remove that. We don't need that path anyway. It's just for connectivity, better connectivity, but we don't actually need it. That can stay for now. And that means we can add calculators. What are they? Number crunchers. What number crunchers do is that they produce science. They produce 10 science an hour. And what the controller towers do is that they consume science. So a number cruncher supports 3 towers. And towers improve the bot's efficiency. So, you know, for example, we have bots powering the whole industrial area. We'd rather have a tower over the industrial area, providing bots more efficiency, right? This tower would really like to go here, but here is right at the edge of the water. That can be solved like that. Okay. That can't be easily solved. I suppose we can have a tower right here. That's fine, there's no bots over here anyway. And this could go here. What is happening here? Aha. That's the path. And that's seemingly a fairly important one, actually. Okay, so we can have the tower right here. That's fine. And that covers this whole area. And that's my 3 towers powered by this number crunch. And like a number cruncher is fairly expensive in terms of power. Takes 500 horsepower. But we are producing a lot of power, so I'm not too worried about it. One thing we actually want to do, talking about this, is move these. Yeah. We need to... Oh, I'm going too low. We need to move these 2 wheels because we have freed the area right here. So let's do that. Yes. Large power wheel, no, large water wheel. What do you mean you can't be built here? Oh no, you can't. You're right. You are correct. I need to add these. And that's going to reconnect them to the power. And help with the power production overall. Very good. Aha. Okay, that's going to be a bit of an awkward operation. Let's let them... Actually, maybe... Yeah, let's go. So let's remove that. Ooh. That's going to destroy a few water wheels, but sure. Because here we need to build dirt right here. And that's going to help channel properly the bad water down the power shaft. So it's basically infrastructure repairs that we are doing right here, because this whole power shaft is kind of an artificial tunnel that's built in place of what was once a river. So we have to do some terraform. But hey, that's okay. Cause look. So yeah, no, all the water should be going through, and that should make it so the last water wheels produce more power than they used to be, because they were like kind of not powered by all the water. Some of it was escaping to the side, which kinda sucked. Okay. I'll... Let's see here. We do want path blocks come all the way over here, so that my beavers may work on that. Although they now have no path access, so we'll need to worry about this. And we will. We will. And then we have a secondary path behind it. That's cool, that's cool. But right here, we would like these to be dirt. Basically, we fill up with dirt all this thing. And honestly, we'll see. We might... So let's see here. What I might do is have a few dirt blocks excavated right here. As well as this one. And when this is removed, so this is going to be high priority. When this is removed, we are going to have stairs going down. So when they access the tunnel through here, they can go down the stairs and go along this service path right here. Or go upstairs and go around to stay upstairs along the other service path. Very good. So then, we are going to have something like this. A bad tide is approaching, that's fine. We lack bad tides. We're bad boys, we like bad tides. Bad ants. He is suitably appalled. But, you can have cookies as a reward for your patience. Just don't tell Hebe that we stole it from her, okay? Rude. Noms consumed. Hey, welcome back, Ray. See, Ray ate all the cookies. It's for a good cause. What did you have for dinner, Ray? What were the noms? Welcome back, Ray. Your drawing was super cute. Yes, it was. So cute. Ray did a lot of Otuno drawings too. If you wanna check more Ray cute drawings. And this super cute as well. So let's see here. Poof. And the poof. In the poof. And actually, I might just go all in. Oops. Maybe not all in that much. But yeah, all in like that. And then you build this, and then you build this, and then you build this, and then we build these. Ooh. And finally these. So we're slowly building up this tunnel around the water wheels, and we're probably going to continue here, the tunnel. I think we're just going to like get it under here and continue straight there. Hey, Slow Flow Zone! How are you doing? Is this the Steam Beaver game? Yes, it is. This is Timberborn. This is the Steam Beaver game. Yeah, that's Timberborn, so we are making a colony of beaver, little cute beavers and robo beaver, and all that. The sequel to Bloodborne. You saw this recently, but it was still pretty expensive. Not for you, you make that good engineer money. Not at the moment. Not at the moment. Was it expensive? Let me check actually. I think it's regularly on sales. I might have gotten it on sales. I don't quite remember. Let me check. Timberborn. Yeah, it's 23 euro. It's not that bad, and it's still in development, so it's still being expanded upon. Like the tube rays that you see are from the last patch. Basically, all the underground stuff is from the last patch, so it was a pretty big patch. Did I ever hear back from that one thing that you keep forgetting to ask about? No, I never heard back. I think I was too expensive for them. You know, they wanted to hire somebody with 10 years of experience at the price of a junior researcher, and I was like, well, I have 10 years of experience. But that's okay, that's okay. I wasn't too And honestly, I don't think I was in good psychological dispositions to take on a job anyway at that time. I'm barely starting to get there. So that's absolutely fine. I don't think that would have been good for me at that time. Ooh, ad break. Again? It feels like the last ad break was like 5 minutes ago. You hope everything works out for me? Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure I'll be fine. You only you only just now realized I'm French. Yes, I am. I am. For some reason, you just convinced yourself right away that I was Canadian. It's interesting because the Canadian and the French accent are really different. It's hard to imagine for me how you can mix them up. Although I guess if you're not so familiar with the accents, probably it's very easy to imagine. But yeah, of course, when you're very familiar with it. How dare you call him a budget Frenchman, French Canadian? He's a real deal. Ooh man, he's trying to start a war in chat. You know, that's kind of funny because in many ways, Canadian French is much closer to Old French than like French. They kept it a lot more traditional. I guess it evolved less because it was a smaller community, perhaps. You make your own entertainment. It's because French people never talk in English. That's less and less true. It's true for the generation of my parents, you know. Um, they, like most of them, never used English after leaving school, so a lot of them are actually scared to speak in English, even when they can. So you never get to hear the accent. But like people of my generation, most of them can speak pretty decently English, and people from younger generation, I feel, speak even more English. Let's see, do we still need more swimming pool? I think we're kind of fine on swimming pool. So it's interesting here because we added scratchers and the scratcher access has diminished. I don't understand what's going on with scratchers. Like really, I don't. Exercise plaza seems to have barely increased, honestly. We could maybe use a second wind tunnel, but that's a pain in the ass to set up. Um, bu- bu- bum. We're going to need more rooftops, aren't we? We don't have enough rooftop terraces and campfires. But campfires, we just added one. What's going on? Oh no, we didn't. Actually, no, I thought... No, we added a plaza. We added an exercise plaza. Can we add... Okay, so can we add another... campfire here. Or two, maybe. Yes. That would be a yes. Might as well doing like that. Poof. And poof. Okay, so two more campfires. You can thank TikTok for that. Not just TikTok, like just generally the exposition to internet stuff, I think. That's, at least for me, that's where I mostly learned to speak in English. Like, you only learn so much at school, right? At some point you have to actually talk the language if you want to make progress. And the internet is a great place for that, as it turns out. Possibly that's going to block their path here, but I think we'll be fine. Let me see. Yeah, we should be fine because they still have a lot of space for access over here. So if I do that, yeah, that's plenty. Have I ever played Oxygen Not Included? No, I haven't, but that's definitely on my list of games I should play one day. But only honestly kinda scares me. I don't know why, but I think the graphics, the very busy graphics of Oni is hard for me to watch. I tend to lose focus very rapidly whenever I watch some on Oxygen Not Included. And yeah, my only possible explanation is probably because the graphics. It feels like that, only 3D. I think Oni is much more focused also on the automation part. And like the survival part, this is more of a cozy experience in its design, if that makes sense. And Oxygen Not Included is more like based on the challenge and processing the stuff, etc. It's hilarious to you that the second the UK is all, alright, well, fuck you guys, that the French decide that means they can speak English now. No, it's been going on for years. It's just that, you know, it's the kind of things that take generations to change, honestly. Because you start learning English, like when I was in primary school, you didn't have to have English at primary school. You had to have a foreign language. But for example, my area is closer to Italy, so in primary school I learned Italian. Which is cool. But it means that I started, and then because in secondary school I started with learning German as the first language. So I started learning English when I was like 13 maybe. And by that point I was so exposed, because I was a geek, I was so exposed to English everywhere on the internet that it wasn't a problem for me to catch up on the others in English level, right? But for someone who's not so exposed to English, it could be a problem. But like I was learning programming at the time, and I was like going on the internet, finding tutorials and stuff like that. Like everywhere there was English around me. Even in songs, you hear a ton of English in your everyday life, right? Well, you started learning English from the time you were learning to read because you were addicted to TV and you subtitle everything, yeah. So by the time you got English in school, you were already fluent, yeah, that makes sense. And that's a lot more the case in...
Thank you for the follow.
Hey, thanks for the follow. I'm pretty entertaining? Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. That's almost making me blush. um, it's always hard for me to believe that people find me entertaining still. I've been streaming for 2 years, but still I'm kinda amazed that you guys find me entertaining. So that's really goes straight to my heart. You gotta buy this game though. It's a very, very cute game and cozy. Like, look at the beavers. And yes, we do have the channel logo on their tail. Time for you to go rest up. You've got to work in the morning. Have a great evening, Ray. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the amazingly cute drawing once again. I love it. And yeah, I hope to see you again next. You would very much like to have a little beaver army, right? They're so cute. And the robo beaver are cute too. Boop! Boop. I need to fix that sound. Ooh, what's going on here? Is my game crashing? No, it's okay, it recovered. Okay. I think the save is starting to be pretty big. I mean, we have almost we have 350 beavers. And robo beavers. So, you know, that's kind of a big colony. And yeah, the game is starting to be a bit angry with me at times. I think most people don't reach that kind of colony size. From what I've heard. Like when I showed my like 200 colony beavers, people were like, dang! And here we are at 300, casually. But yeah, so what I was saying is nowadays it's very different. Kids start learning English in primary school, and that started a little bit after my generation. So that, and like when they go to secondary school, if they want to learn another language early on, they can, but they have to keep English. It's like something more rather than something instead of taking English as a first language. They can basically take a second first language and or something like that. I'm not exactly sure on the details, but I think that's like that. So, you know, it just means that kids start learning English much, much earlier, and so have much more of a chance to be able to actually speak it when they are in a situation where it's relevant. And the internet gives them tons of opportunity to have relevant situations for that as well. So it's kind of the perfect combination between all these factors, in my opinion. Let's move this path. I'm not a fan of having this path right here. It's in the way of the next calculator. Oh, Can we remove that? I think we can. Yes, we should be able to remove that dirt block. So let's do that. Let's build a kaboom. But yeah, to change that kind of stuff, you need a whole generation because you need to change like how people are educated in primary school. So by the time they become adults, you have a 20-25 years delay, right? Back in my day, we started to get French in the 5th year of elementary school. That would be 10 years old. Yeah, I suppose it depends. Wait, you started elementary school at 5? Well, I suppose, yeah, okay, because, yeah, I see. Uh, yeah, something like that. I think we had language courses earlier. But yeah, in elementary school, in primary school, it was, yeah, kindergarten is for from 3 years old. Yeah, I get it. And then for 3 years, yep. Yeah, it's the same in France. 2 or 3, you enter kindergarten, and then except we call it elementary school. That's why I was confused. For us, kindergarten is elementary school, and then you have primary school, and then you have like I translated middle school, and then high school, probably. It's like differences in how we name stuff. Okay, what do we do with that? Oof. Yeah, when I change the levels, the game really doesn't like it. Oh, I might need to redo that actually. Uh-huh. Okay, so we have 2 things to redo. First of all, we are going to dig tunnels here and here. And secondly, we are going to rework this whole thing and put dirt instead of these thingies. That's the technical term. Thingies. Let's let them dig that. So we have an opening here. And then we can take a path through and we can fill that up. Perfect, thank you. And then we fill all of that. And then we can rebuild the structure that's on top of it, which is a support and a power shaft. We call it toddler school, lower school, and middle school if you translate it literally. Yeah. Anywho, you're going to go to bed. Have a great night, Ibi. Thank you for being here. And for being cute as always. Right, so here we should have improved significantly the power. So at the start here we have nearly 400 horsepower. 350 in average, I guess. Yeah, it fluctuates a bit, but like 300 to 400, basically. And here at the end we have pretty much the exact same thing. It just depends on the water flow, which I suppose fluctuates because of the pumping, possibly? That would be my guess. But so yeah, because the water is guided all the way here, we keep a constant water flow all the way through the power shaft. And so all these water wheels are producing the same amount of power. Ooh, Baby's oohing me. Hmm. And what is this staircase? It's absolutely nothing. It's a remnant from the past when we built the stuff. Oops. Good thing it wouldn't allow me to destroy it. Perfect, just like that. Okay, perfect. And so now they should be... Oh no, that's too far from the path. Let's just give them a construction path. Construction access. This can be removed. And once they have built this, we'll be able to build another number cruncher, I believe. Right, let's try to do that. Let's go. And who's saying another number cruncher? Of course, says potential for like 3 or other towers. Also, we need a path to be able to build this tower. I just realized. So let's just complete that, because why not? And just give them a little cheeky path. You know, as you do. So they may make their way over here. So where would I build control towers? The control towers here give range to the bot for more efficiency boost. Which I suppose would be nice over here. Yeah. Maybe like this? That might be nice. We have bots working down here. At least for the hydroponics, I believe. So this wouldn't be a bad one. And how about here? Not really. Well, over here would be good to have coverage. That kind of maximizes the coverage while reaching this. But we do need a path to get over here. Oh, come on. You okay? Yes. You are going to be built. That's perfect. Okay. Next, let's go check on the tubeway project downstairs. Ooh. Like this? Yes, like this. Thank you. Yeah, we need more paths for these. So they may go dig all the way over there. Here we can already rejoin these two, I think. There's no drawback for doing that. Not like we lose access to anything. The only thing we have to be careful about is for them not to trap themselves like idiots when they start building it, because they do have a tendency to do that. So we're going to wait for them to build the first one. They're cute, but they're not very clever. Come on, beavers. Ah, here we go, thank you. And now they can start building this from inside the tube from both sides, and they don't have foot access, so that won't be a problem for them to trap, because they try to go in the middle to deliver some materials like idiots. Right. Oh. It does seem like this is a little bit too far. Maybe prioritize this one. That way, once we have this, we can start building the infrastructure for this little path, side path, without having to worry about the rest. As for this one, we can already start, I think. Right, so this destroys the whole tower all the way up, but that's okay, because now we can rebuild the thing all the way down the hole. Vertical tube ray. But thing is the technical term. And I think we can remove these. We don't really need them. We have a pretty good system now, so we can just have mangrove trees right here. Okay, that's built. Perfect. So let me remove the path block. And let's see. Oop. Ah, I misclicked. Okay. So over here we want to demolish this and demolish this, which is going to remove this tube ray and disconnect this station, but we're going to reconnect stuff in fairly quick order. Actually, we're probably going to move the whole thing here, but we'll see. I'm going to build a tube ray right here with very high priority, please, just so that they're blocked from going in here. Because once away, I don't want them to be idiots and try to go build where they shouldn't. Thank you. Okay, so we have a vertical tube ray right here, and we have another one right here, which actually can go one higher, so it reconnects to this temporarily. This. We are going to move the lumberjack. We may lose a few trees, but I'm not too fussed about it. And we are going to remove this whole thing so we can move it. I need to move it. We can replant oak trees here actually. Okay. And now that this is built, we can build the two braes that go in between. Perfect. So this and this is being built. This probably should be built. Let's go. And we're going to need for them to reach all the way down here before we can finish this whole line. I suppose I could have them dig another space for a station. Actually, let's do that. Might as well. You are higher priority than this. So new jobs will get assigned to these ones before these ones. Although you should be high priority. Oh wait, it was built. I was waiting on this to be built, but it was built. Duh. As much as I say the beavers are sometimes stupid, sometimes I know better than them. Okay, so this is getting rebuilt, that's very good. What are we doing here? Yeah, you're slightly short, but yeah, who cares? Right. It's not like it changes much on my tree production. Maybe I lose one or two trees, but I'm not consuming all the trees I could consume, so that's fine. And here, most of the above ground infrastructure is still functional, so that's fine. We don't have too long to wait for the beavers to get where they need. Is this okay? No, not yet. It's because this needs to be higher priority, and I haven't designated it. Do? Okay, let's wait 2 minutes and then we come back to that. And have a look at the beaver. How are they doing? I think the gears are kind of struggling, aren't they? And also the dirt. The dirt is not too surprising because we do have dirt projects going on. And also I could have more... Yeah, I could have robo beavers here. Let's put robo beavers here. Ooh, what's going on here? Oh, I suppose a bunch of bots broke down and were replaced. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, so I might need... A new gears factory? Oh, also, this needs dirt. This needs terraforming bad. I want this flat. Yeah, so let's make another gears factory, I think. And actually we already have some right here, so we're just going to extend a little bit, like by 2. Yeah, my game is starting to struggle a bit. I'm noticing it's not as fluid as it used to be. But to be fair, maybe also my computer needs a restart or something. And these can be regular beavers. Because these are consuming... The robo parts, I think, are consuming a lot of gears. Let me see. Where are they? The bot factories. Bot assemblers. Yeah. Yeah, the bot part factories consume quite a few gears. So it's not so surprising that by having doubled basically the consumption of gears, we kinda struggle. Makes sense, right? Though I suppose this can straight away become bots. We have enough. And bots population is stable, so unless I run out of power. Actually, how are we doing on power? Ah, we are undersupplying power at the moment. Let's start a few engines back. Okay, so this is increasing. We'll have to keep an eye on it. Right now we are at like 1800. Well, 18,100. Let's keep an eye on it in a bit. And let's go back down. So, over here, we are going to want a tubeway station. And more importantly, maybe I remove the path so it's out of range. Yeah. That way they will stop working on this because it's too far from a district. And that's going to mean that they're going to build this station and then they're going to stop coming down here, and then I can actually start building stuff without trapping them, which is always a concern when you start building stuff down in the tunnels. Come on, beavers, you can do it. One of the nice things about the robo beavers is that they're working all day round. So I don't care if it's daytime or nighttime, as soon as I have built a bot, I just build. Just build. Oop. Perfect. And then we have a tubeway going all the way down there. Actually, yeah, they're probably gonna get trapped, aren't they? No, that should be fine. They should be fine, I think. And then once we have that, we can again access through here. And the good thing about this is like they have plenty of different access paths, right? I really like how active this network is. It kind of looks like, I don't know, a flow of electrons through wires or something like that. Very computer-like. Okay, so this is actively getting built. This is getting built from different sides too, so that's nice. The only part that's only gonna get built from one side is this one, which is actually the most important one. Let's increase the priority of like this portion. Perfect. And then we can go deal with it. I feel like a bunch of this is not necessary anymore, is it? Oh, you know what? We might want to connect this to the underground here. I forgot about that, but yeah. Yes, definitely, actually. So let's start digging here. Perfect. And once that's dug, we can connect all the way up the tower. That would be good. Because here, if we remove this connection from this to this side, right? Is this functional? Yes, it just needs to be filled up. Well, we can leave it like that. That's okay. We don't have to fill it up. And the good thing here is that all this is still connected from above ground, so we have pathways around. How are we doing here during the day? Yeah, we're still filling up, so that's nice. This is getting lower because we have a bad tide going on, so we can't refill the dams. All the clean water sources are unclean at the moment, as you can see. I might actually want to have a bad water protection for this one. It's kind of annoying that it's like soiling the whole lake water supply every time. Yeah, because like we have the swimming pools that are directly connected here. It's not great. So we do need to actually deal with this bad water, which is generated here. So in theory, all we have to do would be, let me see. How do we do that? The structure of this is annoying. But I think generally we're going to dig this whole thing here. Over here we're going to place sluice gates. And we're going to have sluice gates, I don't know, over here or over here, and we're going to block off one of these exits. We're going to straighten that out. Seems to be the better option, I think. Like, I like that we have a central pillar, but it's annoying. Or we could have, like, we could have sluice gates right here and just block off this side. Might be the easiest way. Like, have just levees here. This is probably fine. We might go and dig a little bit this side, scrape it a little bit, you know, so they have more water flow ability, like that. Yeah, that could possibly work. The real question is, how do I connect that? So that's going to be a footpath. So I think we can just dig here, or we could access... You know what? We could extend the underground access to here. That wouldn't be too challenging. Yeah, let's do that. Let's go tunneling again. Poof, poof. So high priority for these. Then what do we have? I want to be like... Let's just start planning the stuff. Yep. That's fine. Then we can tunnel down. And like this. That's going to need a little access tunnel, high priority access tunnel. Yeah, that can work. And so here we are going to basically build a structure that's going to block the flow of water when it's polluted and redirect it over there so that we throw it overboard in an area that's not the lake and that's just going to escape the map eventually. So that's built. Means when this gets dug out, we need to also add a little debris over here so they can dig these. Of course, you're a high priority building too. Let's go, that's being built too. Yeah, so the dirt is recovering. I think the gears are recovering also from the shenanigans we did with them. And are increasing now. So that's all very, very good. Tube rebuilt. We finished digging these two spots and we have a station. Well, we have a station. We need to build it, of course, but we have the space for it at least. Okay, so they're going to start working on this. Under the bad water. Thankfully, the bad water is not quite reaching all the way over here. But yeah. Not amazing, but it's all. So, eventually we're going to need to deal with that, right? This is drying out every time we have a drought or a bad water. The problem for that was the obvious solution would be to have irrigation canals, right? To say, oh, I have irrigation canals underneath this plateau, much I like I have underneath these plateaus and these don't dry out. But why don't they dry out? Because they're being backfilled as the water is being consumed by this. Having an irrigation canal over here would help a little bit because it would like keep the water in with a one-way gate, but eventually it would dry out as well. I think, and also we want to irrigate the whole plateau eventually, so we're going to need irrigation canals anyway. But if we want to have this being kept irrigated, and that's the same for all the other plateaus, by the way, we're going to need a water storage that keeps the water level that's higher than this plateau, right? That's the only way, pretty much. And so at some point we're going to need a water storage that keeps a back pressure in the water canal. At least one. It can not really be this one, to be honest. This could be a candidate. Because this one, like it's only a half circle, so we'd need to have like some kind of back wall. This is almost against the edge of the map, so we don't care too much if we get it much higher. And so this could be increased quite a bit. I think that's the play here. Raise this a lot more. And this water level is already way above the water sources anyway, right? So I think that's what we're going to do here. Because for this one, so for those who are new to the map, so here I have the water sources, pretty much near the bottom of the dam actually. If you look, it's like 2 or 3 levels above the bottom of the dam. And here I have these sluice gates, same as I'm doing the other side. I'm going to do on the other side, right? This is opened. If the water is contaminated, and this is opened if the water is clean. And so I have dug this tunnel here that just rejects the water off board the map when it's contaminated, and when it's clean, it just pressurizes this whole area and this whole area over here all the way up the dam. So what we can do is just raise this dam high enough that it can back pressurize all the irrigation, but it also means we're going to need to connect all the irrigation channels together. So that this may back pressurize like the water irrigated over here, for example. I think that's what's gonna happen here. Let's go have a look underground again. Ooh, look at that. They're building. Well, building. Air quotes. This is being dug. We do need to go dig a bit more. Wait, what is... Eh? Hang on. Where am I here? Oh, I forgot about that one. Okay, I forgot about that one. So that's the new one we're digging, right? But I forgot that we had a project over there that like I basically neglected the whole time. Oops. It's fine. It wasn't anything essential, it's just to provide like a connection around so they may choose the shortest path for them. So it's nothing really special that I have here. So for example, if they want to go up that vertical tubeway that goes to the bad water source that's above, and right now there's nothing over there, but like if I want to build something and they're coming from here, right now they have to go all the way around. And so with this new path, they can go beep, beep, and be fine. Oh, why? What next? Campfire. I think is slightly better, but not amazing. Also, I'm considering having rooftop terraces right here, actually. Why not? I have a two-way station right here, after all. And this is a rooftop, right? I need more rooftop, so this is a rooftop. And actually just one here. They can go hang out on the storage area. Why am I changing the Z level? Right now. Next. So we might want to dig that, right? If the idea here is that... I don't know. So first of all, let's remove these. We can remove these trees. And we can probably build up the dirt. Here we go. Do I build this with dirt or with platform? I think with dirt. It looks much cleaner like that. And then I can have a tube station right here. Once this is done. And so I'd have... Yeah, no, that's the best way to put it. And that's going to replace this tube station right here. This doesn't need to wait, because there's literally nothing to lose by starting on that already. Just going to make things quicker to enter service. Actually, it's going to help build downstairs, isn't it? Because they're going to be able to go around and go build back. Yeah. Perfect. And so the question is when we're going to start wanting to build a higher storage, where are we going to stop? I think we can stop at this level probably. Like have dirt all the way here. And then we build on top of that, which probably means these trees go. And actually these one too. Yep. And so these levees need to go. And we're going to rebuild the path here, obviously. This is just temporary. Okay, and so all of that gets TNT'd. So we bring it down to the level of the bottom. Yeah. How are these doing? Pretty full. Amazing. Very, very good. Ba, ba, ba. Yeah, so probably we're going to start increasing the wood production in this area because we're going to start with channeling in this area, right? That makes sense, I think. But little by little, we're going to want to greenify all the plateaus. Except, I don't know what we're going to do with these plateaus, but we'll see. We will see in time. That's too far from a path. That might be too far from a path. That's definitely going to be too far from a path very soon. Bad tide has ended. Perfect. And so now that the bad tide has ended, the clean water will slowly flow back in here and will slowly start like replacing the bad water in here. But that's going to take a long time to clean out. Because this is pretty much all red. I'm kinda lucky my beavers in here are not getting sick, to be honest. I didn't consider the bad tide when I built this whole thing. And this was a very silly mistake. But I think what's saving me is that this is pretty diluted, even though it looks bad. It must be pretty diluted bad water. Can we... get a stream gauge? Like somewhere over here. That should tell us, I think, what contamination level we have over here. Although over here I expect it to be pretty high, because we see that the ground is getting polluted. But I think it's like 50% probably the switch. So my expectation would be over here below 50%, over there above 50%. Something like that. We'll see, I suppose. I'm out of coffee. That's a catastrophe. You know what we could do? We could block this and then dig a hole over here. So the water, the clean water, like cascades here. That would be pretty fun. Yeah, so you see contamination 58%. So I think that's what's going on here. The contamination is switching around here from above 50% to below 50%. And this is just a contamination through the ground from what's over there. Oh, come on. But like the water here is not contaminated, pretty much. What's the contamination level over here? Might be the better question. And 9%, so it's still a bit contaminated over here. It's still a bit contaminated, so we might have issues with that. We could possibly get contaminated beavers. Yeah, you see it's slightly red here. So, yeah. Thankfully, this is getting clean water back. But yeah, it's going to take a long while to clean out. So, we're going to help that process in the future. Thanks to this project. Project Clean Water. For every beaver. Every bee, I suppose. Okay, kabooms. Instead of being silly. All of these are in range. That's perfect. So we're slowly gonna dig all of that down. It's going to take a while, but we can do it. And once we have that all dug out, we can just raise the level. And that would be okay. What's going on here? Flooded. Oh, right. We have the seasonal flooding here. That's fine. That is fine. It's just a few soggy wood logs. They'll dry out in time. How are we doing in the city? Where's my city? I lost my city. Oh, you know what? Why I lost my city? Because I was down in the level viewer. Right, so this is built. How are we doing on the rooftop terrace? Supply. Still not great. I think it's mostly a question of access at this point. You know? These are bots. What else can I get botted? This is botted, this is botted, that's botted. Let's get some of the fermenters botted. AKA all of them. You know what I'd like? Would be the ability to have beavers not all stop work and start work, because I can reduce their workday, right? I can reduce the amount of working hours if I want. But what I'd really like would be the ability to have shifts. To have them work in shifts. And be like, yeah, you know what? I'm going to have like half my beavers working in one shift and half the beavers working in another shift. And obviously it means jobs take twice as many beavers. But it means each beaver works that many less hours. And like we can have some amount of time that... I mean, yeah, it could go half and half, basically. That would be nice to be able to do that. That's already bought. That's already bought. So I think here we only have the coffee brewers that can get botted. And that's all entertainment. So I think mostly no. it's about the farming and wood production. I could get that back to bot. My goal here is basically to get bots to do as much work as I can, honestly. Hey Pijo, welcome in, how are you doing? Welcome in, Aqua Avengers! Aqua Avengers have arrived, reminding you to hydrate and dominate. Ooh yeah. How did Death Stranding go? Did you walk well? How did your stream go? How are you doing, Pijo? Thank you for the raid. And hey, Kaz, welcome back. Or welcome again. Do I have double Kaz now? How does this work? We got lost and died a few times. Ooh. Oh my. Spicy walking then. Just a little lost. Uh-huh. I see, I see. I see how it is. That you made a lot of story progress. Well, that's the main thing, right? That's the most important part. How did the water walk back uphill here? Joe is good at delivering. And delivered some packages. Just a few. Just a little bit. Yeah, we did some blueprints today. We made a lot of story. Well, not really story progress. We went and reviewed a few story elements that we'd explored before to try to, you know, reconnect stuff together, etc. But we did a lot of meta progression progress, which is quite nice. We bought all the books from the bookshop, so that's great progress. And then we switched to Timberborn, and the beavers are cute as ever. We have a few projects going on. You can see here that the lake is kind of polluted because I forgot one thing when I made this lake, is that this water source over here, that's clean water source, you can see it, a bit of the clean water going on here, is not protected against bad tides. So whenever I have a bad tide, like the bad water starts invading the whole lake. And the problem with that is that I have swimming pools over there. And so the water becomes contaminated all the way over here. So yeah, kinda whoops. So one of the main projects we have going on at the moment, if we go have a look over here, is we're going to protect this hole, so the water sources are right here. You can see them. And so we're going to like block this path, widen this path a little bit, so the water goes just through here. We're going to have sluice gates over here for the clean water, and sluice gates over here for the bad water. And that should help dealing with the bad water. And in order to do that, we need to access this area. So we're building a whole new tunnel over here for accessing the surface. Oh, actually, can they do that? No, they can't build up easily. Oh, that's annoying. What do I do? I'm going to do it by hand. So let's have a tube ray over here. Poof poof. What's going on here? Why are my path blocks not destroyed? Oh. So yes, I was saying tube rays. And then over here we can have vertical tube rays that go up. I said up, not down. Because down is frowned upon. Alright, and yeah, it's not going to take too many iterations of this. Just one more after that. Beavers not building, disgraceful, right? Other projects. So, what's going on here? Oh no, it's just something below that's flooded, that's fine. Yeah, we are completing the underground beaverways, tubeways on this area. We have mostly built them. We're completing the access to this part here. And then we are going to raise this dam so that we have back pressure that can irrigate the plateaus in the irrigation system. So that's going to be an important part. What else? Well, we're trying to generally increase beaver happiness. So like provide more entertainment. We have a whole entertainment area over here. Replace jobs of beavers with bots. That's also important. We're trying to botify everything. We are trending towards 200 robo beavers. So basically half and half with our beaver population. And yeah, generally continuing to tidy up things. You see we have almost enclosed the whole power tunnel here. We're going to continue it in the future. So that's going to be an interesting development. We have extended the control tower coverage, all that good stuff. So yeah, generally good progress all around. To try to tidy things up, I'd say, is the biggest project we are working on right now. Okay, so this is ready down here. Let's see. So that's the access to the dam. So let's remove these little path blocks and that. Instead we can build tube ways. Tube ways. Yes, tube. That's a tube. Perfect. Oh, we might have to... Yeah, this is going to need an access from down below. You know what? We can dig that. Oh. Ooh. Uh-huh. Yeah, that's gonna be a problem. A slight problem. we're going to need to access this. And basically enclose that. Actually, let me add one more little spot here. So we are going to have the path go here, go around here. We might flood everything here. Hang on, pause that. Emergency pause, because if we connect this hole to this hole, I think you can see what the water's going to do. We're going to have a geyser. A giant geyser. That wouldn't be a great time, I think. That might be a slight problem. Okay, I'm glad I noticed that before it went bad. That would have been awkward, to say the least. That's the problem with digging down to both irrigate and transport. Sometimes your stuff intersects. And interacts destructively. We have a destructive interference. Thank you. Okay, so poof, 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 and poof. And then we can have that block over here and over here. Make them high priority. And like these jobs to be completed pretty quickly, so we can stop looking at the underground and start working again. I suppose we can keep building the tunnel down though. Below that, it's not too much of a problem. And it even ends up right next to the tube race, so that's perfect. Yes, yes. We might be short on dirt. No, we're fine. Dirt recovered. Okay. What are we doing up? What's happening to my keyboard here? Eh. Help! Okay. My key was stuck moving for some reason. So this is being built, but it hasn't progressed much. Aha! Finally. So we can unpause that. We can even rebuild the sluice gate. This sluice gate only purpose is to be always open, to be just a one-way valve basically. So the water can come in but never goes out. If that makes sense. Ah, I think we have kabooms ready. Are you ready for kabooms, chat? Because I know I'm always ready for kaboom. Let's go. It's almost the 14th of July, too, you know, French National Day, so I'm kinda psychologically ready for kabooms. Looking forward to the fireworks and all that. Um. Oh. The question: how do we access down? Well, I suppose. Hang on. Let me undo what I just did. They can access from down there. It's a bit of a trek, but they can absolutely do it. And of course they can access from up there, but yeah. That said, I might want a path that goes along the top and across the bottom. What do you mean it's too far from a district? This should be connected to a district. All the way. Oh no, they need this to be built. Yep, makes sense. Derp. Not a fan of fireworks? Oh, I love them personally. I can understand like the big booms not being a fan of that. It's noisy, but yeah, it's so beautiful. So, where are we here? Let's go have a look down. Hopefully this is finished. Ah, pretty much, pretty much. Well, no, they're still building it. I said nothing. This is almost finished though. I think they're kinda struggling. On what are they struggling? Just on builders, possibly? I could have more beaver builder, you know? I have 94 beavers available after all. So I could absolutely make more builders huts. Basically that's my goal, is eventually to have builders mostly do building and logistics work. And almost nothing in the industrial or farming or whatever department. Should we start digging? You know what? Yeah. Yeah, channel 4 wide. Uh-huh. This might be a bit of a challenge, but for now we can just have the water go out here. Eventually. Little access way. And of course that means... Oh, you know what? This one is a really bad idea. This one is fine, but this one would flood the tubeways downstairs, which would be an extremely bad idea. This level should be fine, however, to dig out. That probably means we're going to need to move some stuff on the surface, but that's fine. You know, just these four here are enough. And eventually it's going to go further. But right now we don't need much more. Like this, I believe? Yeah, like this, I believe. And so I'm going to remove these blocks. Wait, why are they... Oh, okay, wait, no. Oh, because I have a hole here? What? Oh, because they already dug that one. I see. They were faster than me. That's fine. I can backfill it. Uh-huh. And then we start going back thinner. And 4 wide over here. Perfect. So that's going to be the footprint of the tunnel. Which is going to extend down here, and then we are going to be able to cut this and basically reclaim this as a connection point between these two plateaus. Okay. Over here. I believe this should be connected. Yes, it is. This is ready to be connected. Is this water? No, it's not. Okay. I was scared for a second. Perfect. That worked. So this thing can be destroyed, basically. Also, this is finished building, so we can basically remove these. That's 2 down, so it means to have same level at the end, we need 1 level dynamite. I'm going layer by layer. You're going to sneak into lurk and snooze. Have a great night, guys. Thank you for being here. As almost always, which I appreciate very much. How are we going here? This is being built. Yep. That's being built. I feel like I'm really short on beavers for construction. Maybe I'm just giving a lot of construction orders. That's probably it. That's probably what this is. It's just I'm asking them a heck of a lot. So of course they're struggling to give up with everything I ask of them. Right. I think I'm going to start. I'm seeing that and I'm immediately giving them more jobs. Start backfilling that. Hang on a moment. These layers need to be built in reverse order. Like this. Perfect. Look at that. That whole tunnel section building. Nice. Which of course means that this too is going to get backfilled. All reconnected. As if the river had never existed. Love it. I'm lost. Ah, right here is what I'm looking for. Dang, this is slow. Can I make things faster here? Like, tell them that this project is a high priority project. Basically, all of that is high priority. Up until this, I think? Well, the whole thing, really. Maybe build this after that. And after, more importantly, after digging the stuff that needs to be dug here. That's too far. Okay. So if this is too far, then it means I need to creep my way up with the vertical tube raise. Oh my god, it's one by one. Uh, why is this so slow? I hate this. I can't even see the beavers coming up here, right? Uh-huh. Okay, let's go. Aha. Know this. High priority kabooms. Aha, in the meantime, this is done. Finally. So, we can give the orders to start reconnecting these. I know, I'm giving them even more. But I need to. I can't just wait. I could increase the speed with. That would probably be a good idea actually. That might be why they're not keeping up with me. Usually I'm at a faster speed than that. Oh, thank god, that should be the last hold. That's built, so we're on to the tunneling. So while they're doing that, why don't we take a look? Oh, what happened here? Why don't we take a look at this little project? Aha. Well, not finished. Why do I have kabooms right here? I think a beaver tried to have his own private kaboom. Silly beavers. And why is this not getting built? We're almost there. 98%. Come on. You can do it. 2% off. Ah. Here we go. Let's go. Perfect. 2. Next. What's next? This is too high. So we have to be a bit more careful here because we don't want a 3 high explosive all the way. Otherwise, we're going to be sad because we're going to need to backfill everything, and that's even more jobs for the beavers. Alright. Uh-huh, uh-huh. Vertical tubeway. All the way up here. High priority, of course. Which means very, very soon, building over here. Building over here, building over there, building everywhere. Also, it's going to mean a lot faster building because the problem with the underground building or digging is that you can only do it one by one. This you can do much faster because you can parallelize things. Let's already start here. You can see that they're already starting to build the station when this is not finished yet. This is not even begun yet. So that means that as soon as this gets built, the station will be ready for them to start accessing. Right, there we go, that's built. The station is just missing 2 metal blocks that are probably on the way. It's like 90% built. Let's go. So now they can immediately start working on that. And you see that immediately they're building like 4 of them in parallel. So perfect. So that's going to make quick progress. Over here, this is fine. What's up with this? This is built. Okay. So first of all, this station can get removed. Right? We have this station here that's doing the job perfectly. There's absolutely no need for an above ground way to go there. Which means we also remove the above ground way to go there. Go underground. Here. Oop. I want these. Move. Thank you. So that's all well and good. We can destroy these 2 blocks and we can backfill these. This is going to help a lot. So these are all connected to the underground, are they? Yeah. Even not this one, not this one. I do need to build this one underground. Forgot about it. My bad. Okay, so vertical tubeway here. I think it needs to go all the way up. Yes. Just like that. So as soon as this is built, We can get rid completely of the above ground tubeway to access here. In the meantime, we can already get rid of like all of this. This doesn't need above ground access. This doesn't need it either. All of this can be here. Which means all of this can disappear. And that's so much cleaner to look at already. Oh my god, that's such a relief. That's actually a relief to remove this stuff that... It's ugly. There's no other way to put it. It's just ugly to look at. I don't want to have to look at it. Why does it remove the stairs when I remove the platform? That seems like kind of a bug, to be honest. Big tower for absolutely no reason. Well, I'm sure there was a reason at some point, but nowadays it completely disappeared. It just appears like a random tower in the middle of nowhere. Oh yeah, that's an underground access. Um, oh, actually, it's kind of a case of this level is redundant now. Yeah. We can start cleaning up this level. Nice. Well... You know what, that's fine. I'm going to backfill this, however. As much as I can. Not so much. And we can have the path go straight again, finally. I think this might be finished. Yes, it is. That means this whole thing goes pink. And that magic. Magical. Look at this. Isn't this area so much nicer to look at now that we have finished the underground project. It doesn't feel like somebody poured a plate of spaghetti on top of it, you know? Like it used to do. Okay, very happy about that. What's happening down here? Down here is happening that too. Um, I might need to dig one further up, is what's happening, I think. That's okay, can do it. These have been dug up, that's perfect. This one needs digging too. And then we'll be able to take this slice off and turn it into sluice gates that only open if the water is contaminated. That also means that these were never necessary. That's okay. Honestly, I didn't really need to do tunneling here. It was kind of a waste. But we're fine. We're fine on resources, so it doesn't really matter. Okay, so let's see. Here we want this to be like that, and we want this to be cut off, and we can like remove probably all of that like this. Okay, those gates like this and like that. These ones are going to be closed above 0% contamination, otherwise always opened. And these ones are going to be closed below 1% contamination and otherwise always open. And finally, give me dynamite. Easy. I might even have one more base right here. Just to be sure everything goes fine. Just in case. Okay, so this is currently closed, this is currently opened. So this can be detonated. This water is just going to flow out quickly. And then we'll be fine. Perfect. And they're just going to quickly take out these two. And once that's done, we can rescind this whole thing. And we will be bad water flood protected. I could build up the walls just in case. I don't think I really need to. I could do it. just for the sake of having a tight, neat little box that protects everything inside. Okay, so that's built. Sure. So we backfill this whole thing with levees. Same over here. And if we take it one level up, that's all filled, so that's perfect. And then we'll fill this when we... Actually, we can already fill these. There's no harm in that. It's just the last one that's going to need to wait a little bit. Oh, we might need... You know what? We might need a little block right here to go rest of it on. Build this specifically. Although it's not strictly necessary because we have dirt behind it. Same as this block isn't strictly necessary, but it looks better to have it. So I'm gonna have it. Right, common beaver. You can do it. Let's go. So now we can remove the whole thing inside. Remove this path block. And just finish these two blocks, and that's going to be a completely enclosed protected box. So that means the only water that comes out through the levees, whatever happened. Even if the water flow is humongous, it doesn't matter. Even if the levees are not enough, it's never going to go through the wall. So now we have two options, over here or over here, and these only depend on the contamination level. And right now it's clean, so it's over here. That means our lake is never gonna get contaminated again. Great. Good job, beavers. This is now a completely clean lake. Contamination 0% over here, 0% over there. Oh! Jess, welcome in! Hello, hello! Welcome in, warriors! How are you doing, everybody? Oh my! TX resubbing for 6 months at tier 1, welcome in! Hello everybody, oh my god, so many people. So many amazing warriors. What were you playing? RimWorld, right? Yes, you were. How did it go? How is the new update? Did it come out yet, actually? I think it did, right? Hello, hello. Ooh.
Thank you for the follow.
And look at you, you just reached a new follower goal. And Blussquid, thank you for the gift sub. Oh my god. You guys are going crazy. A hype train level 2. Oh my god. You barely came in, it's already level 2. Wow, so many people. Oh my god. Can I read all the names? It's out Friday unless you're a streamer trademark. I see.
Thank you for the follow.
Thank you for the follow again. Wow. can I... Yes. Welcome in J-Morph, Flamethrower, George, Blue Squid, J-Sog, Jess herself, Cody, Commander Rudd, Damaris, TX, Ronin. Oh, I'm getting grilled, by the way. Who did I miss? You barely started the scenario before you had to hop for the day. You have a workout class you don't want to miss. Oh, nice. Well, if you have to raid and run, don't hesitate to do so. Thank you very much for the raid. I intended to raid you today, but I see that I wasn't quick enough to to stop. You're eating right now. Okay. Remember to eat first. Yes, that is important, especially if you're going to go do workout. And for the raiders, if you don't know this channel, welcome in. I am Alastor. You may know me from Jess's community, and I play a lot of puzzle games, colony builders, logistics games, automation games, stuff like that. At the moment, we are playing mainly 2 games. We are playing Blueprints, which is a roguelite puzzle game that we played a little bit at the start of the stream. Well, a little bit, 3 or 4 hours. So, you know. And we're playing Timberborn right now, which you probably have seen on Jess's channel as well, because it's such an amazingly cute beaver game that she played as well. And yeah, we also do a little bit of coding on stream sometimes. Hey Pitaka0, how are you doing? Did I make it anywhere interesting today in Blueprints? We did a lot of meta progression in Blueprints. Today we managed to get all the books, which I'm very proud about. But not a lot of story progression today. Mostly we went back to places we've been to before to kind of recontextualize a few things based on the recent discoveries we made last stream. We did a lot of story progression last stream, so today we mostly recontextualized, discovered a few new rooms though, which was interesting. But yeah, did I eat? Not yet, but that's okay. I'm still in time to eat. The sleepers, I feel threatened. Why is Cody looking at the sleepers? It's not okay. Well, it's I a lot of the time I eat later than that, you know. So yeah, welcome in everybody to my little beaver colony. We're playing with the Iron Fork. So we have a bunch of breeding vats over here, and we have a colony with like a little residential area over here with entertainment center right here and right here. A big industrial area over here and a little bit over here as well. Down there we have power production. You see a bunch of engine over here, but most of my power production actually you don't see anymore because we just finished enclosing it. Ooh, and hype train complete! Congrats for level 2 hype train, everybody. Yeah, most of my power production is actually done in this power shaft over here, with large water wheels all the way, producing huge amount of power around the clock, because up there we have bad water sources that we have put bad water discharge buildings on, so they keep on even during droughts. Choo, yeah. I'm not streaming till 3 a.m. It's not 3 a.m. yet. Chuck, make sure Alistair eats and drinks and does breaks. I'm going to bed. Yeah, have a great night, Cody. And hey, Gatito, how are you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. So yeah, we have this big water generation shaft that goes all the way over here, and we are going to extend up until somewhere around here. So it follows the original path of the river, which went down here, but then we redirected it so it goes all the way over here. Over here we have a big farming area, and we have a dam here that you see is very rectangular. That's a project we are doing at the moment as well. We're getting it very rectangular so we can raise it above the plateau level, so that we may use it to hold water to irrigate the plateau areas with back pressure in the future. I swear, most people see a beaver dam game. Alistair manages to make it into Factorio. Ah, see? JSOG understands my schedule at least. It's lunchtime. No, I had lunch. I'll have you know I had lunch around 12. So, you know, I'm on schedule on that. I'm on normal schedule on that. Spoken like someone who never mega based with beavers. You missed I did it. I automated the shoutouts, and of course Jess was one of the first people in my auto shoutout list. But like, she deserves a second shoutout anyway. If anybody here is not following Jess, please follow Jess. She's an amazing streamer. She's just coming back from a moving and mental health break, and she needs all the support we can get to her, because while I'm doing it mostly as a secondary occupation, even though at the moment I'm not working, so right now it's my main occupation, but Jess is actually living out of that, so she does need the support. And yes, Jess is great. She's a big inspiration for me. And you may notice that a lot of stuff I do here is inspired by Jess. Oh, chat. I have good news. We have kabooms ready. Are you in for kabooms? Perhaps. Big earth-shattering kabooms. May I interest you in that? So yeah, this time we have, like, we had ground over here at this level, and we're currently digging it all the way down to the bottom of the dam. Ooh, yes. Thank you for the giant big earth-shattering kaboom TX. Let's go. Perfect. Wood kaboom again. Here we go. And now we have a staircase where somebody would look at it and be like, why is there a staircase here in the middle of nowhere? You are out of bits. Yeah, that happens. I get the feeling. So yeah, we have... this is pretty much ready to go build this up. Another project we've been working on is at level 2 actually. If I can... The game is starting to struggle. I think it's not really made for people having like 400 beavers, you know? So yeah, we have... I loved this view. know that we have a fairly extensive network. It almost looks like electrons going around the wires. So yeah, we have a huge underground tubeway system that goes all across the map. So here you can see that's the one that goes up the dam right here. And we have the big farming area over here. This goes up to the bad water sources, same as this. And here we go all the way to the edge of the map where we have a few more things. Do I need to complete anything here? I think we're fine. And also, by the way, it doubles as a giant power shaft in the level below. Oh, a drought is approaching. Nice. Alright, so let's build this up, shall we? Let's start building this up. Yeah, so the goal here is to have something that goes above ground so that we can have irrigation canals. Like a lot of this over here, we have irrigation canals underground. Let me show you actually. Don't tell, show. Right, so right under the ground here we have irrigation canals on this level. If we go over here, we have irrigation canals on these levels and that go down with the terrain. We are irrigating this whole area and the whole coffee plantation down here as well. And the goal here is to be able to irrigate like this plateau, eventually probably this plateau as well. Because all of this, whenever I have a drought, and you'll be able to see it in a bit, as soon as the water level starts going down, well, this whole thing dries out. And that's kind of sad for my trees. So I want the whole plateau to be green eventually. To do that, I can't do it if I barely have 50 centimeters of water above it at all times, right? So what I'm going to need to do here is have the water level go up high enough above the ground level that during a drought it barely ever goes below it, right? So I'm going to have this have to go up like 5 or 10 levels up. That's basically what's going to need to happen. Have a great luck, Pitaka. Thank you for joining in today. So that's what's going to happen here. How are we doing to do this? I think we are going to need to clear a little bit of space over here. I'm just going to remove this and move this lumberjack, I think. We don't really need it to be specifically here, so... And we're going to have a staircase that goes up along the dam. And that way we can have access properly. Phew. Let's see. I have a fairly classic design for that. We're going to have something like this. And then on level 2, I'm going to build up a few levels, because why not? They're just going to use it whenever they need it. You know what? Let's finish at this level for now. We might go up higher later, but we don't need to do so right now. And then we can start building. Oop. Let's start, well, might as well go all the way up. I said I wouldn't use it, but I lied. Apparently. And we're going to build everything but the overflow part. That we are going to build only when everything is built. That way we always ensure that the overflow happens at the right location. And of course, question. I'm going to have to prioritize a few things here. Otherwise they're going to be stupid and they're going to get blocked. They're probably already going to get blocked. But I have maybe a higher chance of this working out. If I prioritize that. We'll see. Hopefully it works out. What I should really have done is only build the wall alongside the staircase first. Because so what happens is beavers have a tendency of going and starting building the little block that's all the way over here. And then someone builds this block behind them and they're like, oh, I'm stuck. Yes, of course you're stuck. You silly little beaver. Okay, but now that we're a few levels up, they won't do that because they have direct access to all of these blocks and they don't have walkway access to these blocks over there. So we'll be fine with that. Perfect. So we have this little giant megastructure. Perfect, perfect. How can we make the beavers feel a little better? They still want more campfires, but when I build more campfires, it doesn't seem to improve stuff. So I'm not quite sure what to do about this. Possibly one thing I could do, or try to do. Yeah, maybe. Maybe a possibility might be to have a station up here, so they have quicker access to this. because that's pretty far in terms of pathway. Although it's not that bad, it's only yellow. This is never getting turned back on, is it? What I could also do is just remove this tree farm here, to be honest. Like, I have plenty of trees all the way over there and over here. I'm going to expand that anyway. Yeah, let's remove this tree farm. That way we have more space to build entertainment stuff. This is my starting tree farm. That's what I built at the very start of the colony. Our district center is right here, so that's like my first trees came from here. These are my very first farms too. And to be fair, this is still producing the majority of my kohlrabies and my cassava. I don't know that I have many other fields for these elsewhere. The mangrove, we have other fields. We have another cassava field over here, but it's barely used. And I think that might be my only kohlrabi field. Okay, so over here we can start terraforming a little bit, perhaps. This is too far from a district? Yeah, of course it is. Let's give them a little path so they can go on the job. Let's look at the power shaft. Uh-huh. So here the issue, I think, is we don't really have an access to these. So what if I built... like first I can build... you know what? No, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to move it one further back. Actually, two? Can I move it two further back? No. No, okay, let's do that then. So we can have path over here. Build this on high priority so we don't have to wait for 10 minutes. And that's going to give them access to this whole level here. Which of course is already gonna help. On the lower level, yeah, we have this power shaft in the middle. That's going to be a problem. You know what? Ooh, drought started. That too. But also, like, we can use this to have this path. Okay, that's very good. This can be a... well, it doesn't really need to be a path for now. But we're going to need to reach one further up. And I think for that, let's see. Possibly we just build a shaft here. Bedtime for you. Have a great night, Espifa. And thank you for coming in. Let's go. So that's going to give an access to this level, and that's going to give build access to this level. Okay. And for now, this is all gonna become scaffolding because we're tunneling. But once this is built, everything will be... We will remove all the scaffolding and everything will be auto-supported. Well, self-supported? Self-supported. Autoportant in French. If you're wondering why I keep saying auto-supported. Let's go. This looks nice. This is slowly getting built, that's great. So now they can go on the path and build down over there. I might even... Yeah, that might be an idea. Let's see. I could have something like this with like vertical tubeways going all the way over here, I suppose. Yeah, this is going to go 4 tiles this way. And this is all going to go like this. And then maybe like one platform like this. And then we can have a little station right here. Well, technically this could only be 3, but that's fine. And something like that. And that way they can access directly to the top as soon as this is built. And probably we are going to want to assign a higher priority to building this whole infrastructure here, because that's an enabling infrastructure that allows me to build further. I don't get why this... I get why this isn't getting built. Oh my god, beavers, please! How did I not notice them being stranded? That's also a good question. You know what's going to happen here? As soon as this gets built, we're going to have beavers that, like, rush this way. I can bet it. Leave it to the beavers. Yep. Yeah, you're starving and parched. Well, whose fault is it? Hmm? Hmm? Tell me whose fault it is that you're starving and parched. Certainly not mine. Hmm. Okay, so let's try to catch it as soon as I leave this. And hopefully nothing else gets in there. I don't have high trust in this, but you know what, we'll try. We're going to try to even remove that path block here in hopes that it prevents them from rushing up. Yes, thank God, we managed to prevent any further escalation of the stranded chain. Alright, that should help, hopefully. Aha, this is getting built, that's nice. At least there's that. What else? So yeah, we have a drought going on right now, so we have no more water rushing inside this, and so you see the water level is starting to go down, and this whole thing is starting to dry up. What was green before is starting to dry, same over here. And so that's why we need irrigation below. But the irrigation below needs a pressurized system that has a water level that's higher, at least for most of the drought, to keep functioning. So that's the whole purpose of this extended dam. The bottom part's purpose was just to keep enough water to keep this whole area irrigated. But the top part is for the pressurization of plateau irrigation. Do I have enough bad water? Yes, we seem to have enough bad water. That's good news. How are we doing on the power level? The gravity batteries are full. This is good. That means we're producing more power than we're consuming. And the wood is full, so even though we're consuming a lot of it for the engines, we are still fine. That is great. These don't have anything to do in range. Yes, you don't. I can confirm. I tried to destroy a beaver here. Accidentally, I might add. Lest I be accused of mistreating my beaver. I would never do that. I think we're going to continue backfilling this all the way to the edge. How do I handle? I might move the scratchers over here. But what am I going to do with the space I gain? Like I could move this one to the side to gain one more space. I'd get too wide space. I don't know what to do with it. I suppose one thing I could do could be just to do some aesthetics work. I have not built any decoration at all in this colony. So let's start doing that. A few benches here and there, stuff like that. Would be nice. So, you know, once in a while, they see a little something nice in the middle of all the debris. This debris is all because I had above ground tubeways and I eventually removed them. But I have so many planks left over that they don't know what to do with it, really. So I should probably just destroy the debris, delete some rubble. No. Look at that. That looks so much cleaner already. Where else do we have a ton of rubble for a long time? That's never getting removed. Aha. You can pretty much follow the path of my old tubeways if you follow the rubble. What else? Well, that seems alright. Oh. Yeah, I may have had a bridge over here. So that's kind of part of the huge cleanup project I'm doing for my whole colony. Since I unlocked late tech, I've been rebuilding a lot of stuff. Oh. Oh yes, I had like the tubeway go over there and then go vertical and over there. Yeah, I do remember. Okay, that feels good. Oh, hey, another one. Nice. This is not getting destroyed because... No, they have access. Maybe they have too many jobs? Yeah, it seems like they just have a lot of jobs. That's fine. But they're probably working on the tunnel down below. Yeah. They're enthusiastic about the kabooms. I can't blame them really. So am I. So, you know. That's fine. Please build the access bits though. Because I want you to get access to even more kabooms. Really, if for your own good. Well, for your own good, I don't know, but for your own enjoyment, please. Aha. And we have a little more rubble to clear here. That just remains the building process of all this stuff. That's one of the big sources of planks actually. Whenever I do tunneling like that, I use quite a few planks. And like when I destroy all this scaffolding, then the planks just stay there. And they're going to stay pretty much forever. Okay, so when we open this, we'll be able to finally close this. And that will help a lot. Oh, actually, that reminds me, this is in a bad place. Because we're going to need that. So let's build another one right here. Because this is gonna get filled with dirt. So the water just goes through here. And we're just going to have 2 levels dug out over here, because it's not the full exit of the tunnel. But if we wanted to go any further, we'd come into conflict with the vertical shafts here for the underground tubeways. So we're going to have to rework some stuff over here before we interfere with it. So I'm not going to worry too much about that right now, because that already allows us to build quite a bit more power. And that's already pretty good. We are, however, going to need to worry about that bit. Before we start building more power. Because it's going to be in the way. So how do we deal with it? I think first of all, let's dig out the second level of this. Right. So this is where my actual power shaft is eventually gonna go. So we're going to have the actual power shaft here. I initially built Basically, the first iteration of this was built too high. This was a mistake on my part. So there's a lot of stuff that are going to need to be rebuilt over here. Thankfully, I realized it relatively early on. So I only have mostly like this shaft over here. And most of it has been rebuilt downstairs. And this one has a vertical disposition, so I have like the power shaft below the transport one. And it's mostly purpose built. So I only build it where I need it. So here we are going to build it where we have the power above. That way we can actually replace it. This goes all the way here. Really? Well, that's fine, because this works as well. So we can just reconnect the power shafts once this is built. And this will be built relatively fast because they have access from the tubeway that's just above it. So that's not going to be a huge problem. And over here, so how are we going to deal with... the best would probably be to have like... Honestly, the power shaft could pretty much go in the corner over here. Or could it? Yeah, I think it could. Let me check. Can you connect in the corner? Yes, you absolutely can. You can connect on any tile. So I can just have it in the corner right here. So I'll start tunneling down. And we'll see where it leads us. Right next to this. Which probably means I want an opening right here. We have to be pretty careful not to float the whole transportation system and power system. I don't think it would disrupt its functioning, but it would take a long time to dry out, and it would interfere with any underground construction that's going on. So this is opened. This means we can start closing that part. We are going to need to rebuild the tower over. Yeah. That one's going to need being rebuilt. That's fine. It's just a bonus. It's not that bad. That we lose for a little while, but it's nothing essential, really. Okay, so that's part of the wall, and this is going to be part of the wall as well. So that's technically the edge of the tunnel, because we have this wall that's the exterior wall of it. And we want it to be fully enclosed, and also the wall is important has important functionalities for supporting the. I think here one nice thing is that they're going to be able to access this from the top. So that's going to help. Let's make this higher priority. Yep, so you see they come over here, they build the stuff. All that good stuff. Yeah, the game is starting to struggle a little bit. If you see stutters, well, it might have to do with the fact that I have 400 beavers. That's kinda bound to happen at this scale. And possibly in my computer, I have a lot of things open. So maybe in future streams I need to be more careful about that. Okay, let's see here. Should I? Should I do some land filling over here? I think I should. Unless I want this to be eventually a little lake. That could work as well. That could be nice, actually. Because I don't think it prevents the dirt excavator from working. Yeah, that could be fun. Honestly. Can I do it right now? It's probably a bad idea in the middle of a drought, but... we're going to have to keep in mind that like this is right next to it. We have a power shaft right next to it. And a transport shaft. But yeah, we could do it. We have an irrigation channel right here that could take water from. That's a fun project, to be honest. Let's do that. Let's see. So we need... Yep. So here we never have open ground on the surface, so that should be nice. The only thing we need is an access down here. And also when we're finished, we're going to need the sluice gates down here so we don't empty the whole dam over there. And we're going to need it pretty fast when it gets going. We'll see. That might be kinda... kinda touchy for a little bit. Let's have these high priority builds. Do they still have access down here? Yes, they do. Oh. Yeah, so it's going to be double dangerous because if they still have access down here, that means I don't have a sluice gate up there. And the sluice gate, I could say, oh, shut down the flow for now, we leave the irrigation channels empty until we've built the exit properly or whatever. Right now we are going to have an open channel, so we're probably gonna flood everything. But hey, one doesn't make an omelette without breaking eggs, right? We'll be fine, I'm sure. Okay, so this becomes staircase down. That's going to lead into another staircase down. And then at the end, I'm going to start planning the sluice gate so that when the tunnel is finally opened, I can just say, let's go and let's be high priority. I'm going to let them even like start building it and just pause it at the last moment. Oh wait. That's going to be a mistake? Nah, that will be fine. We can leave it at this level. Wait, they finished it already. Dang it. I was too slow. Although, they have access from inside. I take that back. You can build it. They have access from inside, so if I build a sluice gate over here, and then they can build the hole from inside, and they trap a beaver. No, they didn't? No, they actually didn't. He escaped. Good for you. So, whenever the inside part gets built, and it's being built at the moment, well, built. Dug would probably be a better word. But yeah, when the inside gets dug, then we'll be able to... Well, we'll see water appear here. We're just going to need to build one more staircase. Real quick. But we need... wait. For another block to be dug. For that. Over here... That is good. Aha. So this is filled. Nice. Poof. Just like that. And then we can take this. Ooh. Nope. All the way like that. So this whole thing can be built completely enclosing the tunnel. Not completely because we have this, but yeah. How about the power shaft? Yes, good. The power shaft. We need to build access part over here, and then we need to build a vertical shaft. For that, we need to demolish the scaffolding, of course. Perfect. And you see that this whole thing is already in. That was super fast. That was kinda lightning fast, to be honest. How about this? Ooh. Why do we have water over here? Where is the flooding coming from? Oh. Why? Oh, because this whole thing is getting flooded. Yeah, we kinda have a seasonal flooding problem over here. I think it has to do with the water doing this meander over here. It doesn't really like it. We can probably help. No, I was about to do a stupid. By doing something like that. You know, channel the water a little better. Probably over here too. Because otherwise it's going to flood straight into there. We're going to want it to hit this wall and then go around. Oh my god, beavers! Please! Every single opportunity they can find to get stranded, they do it, I swear. It's like a game for them. It's like, hey, look, I managed to get stranded in like half a second. Every single time. No, this won't even work. Dang it. Okay, we good now? Are you ready to free up the place? They're thinking about. Aha, they got evicted. We're good. Maybe it's a form of protest, you know? Like, no, we won't leave the place. We demand better working conditions. You know, that could be it. That could be it. Okay, so the whole question now is to see if the flooding is going to transfer over here, or if just having better guiding will. Possibly I could remove these two blocks. That might help as well. Because it's just the flooding that's due to the water dynamic. So I think redirecting it smoother will help. Uh-huh, uh-huh. Yay. Boom. Perfect. So, we were looking at downstairs. Yeah, I kinda want a power shaft that goes down here. Although we have a power shaft that goes around, so we don't really need it. But might as well have it, that way if we do something and it breaks one side, and we're fine because it still goes through the other side, we have a redundancy. It's basically a matter of redundancy here. Look how fast it's being built. Also, it costs nothing because it's just logs. So, you know. Uh-huh. This might be a problem. This one needs to go up. We can do that. Why are you connecting up? Yeah, that's fine. That's the connection point between the two levels. Okay. And that's a connection that actually doesn't play any role anymore. It's not connected to anything. So we can just backfill it with the... this receives power. So this can get disconnected. Which means that this whole thing can get removed. Aha. And this in turn can get removed as well. How far up did it go? Not very. So that's something we can build up and finish and closing the tunnel, can't we? Yeah. And this gets removed as well. Amazing. We, however, do need a little platform above it, so we can have a dirt block right here. The dirt block that prevented us from removing this one. So, you know, pretty important dirt block. This is paused until the dirt block behind gets built. So I guess the big question here is there anything more that needs a connection down? Actually, yes. Right here. For the transport, I can remove this section, I believe. I'd like to wait to not have beavers in the middle, otherwise they're going to get stuck. Like cute little stupid beavers that they are. Nobody stuck? Victory. Right, we do need a vertical connection right here. How about this one? Yeah, this one goes down. Oh my god. The game does not like when I change level. Which, I mean, that's kinda fair, it needs to redraw everything. So it's probably one of the most heavy operations you could imagine. And also, it's from the last update, so... Aha! I believe this can get unpaused. So this connects down. This doesn't go anywhere. This doesn't go anywhere, and this could connect down, but doesn't at the moment because, well, I need to build all the stuff. So, first of all, I remove that. Yep, all the way up. And second of all, let's wait for a low traffic moment. Kinda tricky, especially in the middle of the day. That's like the naval part of my whole network. So it's very tricky to find a moment where it's not super busy. But we did. And we need to go all the way. And that's a super high priority build. Because it's right in the middle of the transport network. No. There is a beaver right here that would get stranded. Okay. This is now a dead end. Ooh. Well, that was kinda difficult, but we made it work.
Thank you for the follow.
Hey! Thank you for the follow. Amazing name. I love it. Amazing pseudonym. Follows are anonymous, by the way. I know a lot of people may be shy about following if they get called out. That's not a problem. I used to have not anonymous follows, but I think it's better that way. It's better to make sure that everybody can be comfortable. Let's replace this by a normal two-way. What are they on about? This isn't connected to a district. Why? That is just not true. Oh no, that is true. That's true until they've built the vertical part. Yeah, that's fair. No, that's totally fair. Okay. How about this? Aha. Yes, so we need to do the same pretty much right here. What's above this? Just a connection to him. Yeah, that's fine. That's not too sensitive. The only sensitive part is that we need to cut the access right here for a little while downstairs. But that's going to be rebuilt real quick. Oh, dang it. I did, however, mess up. Because of course I would. Alright. We're all good. No, we're not. I also cut out this power shaft. We will be alright. Would be a better formulation. Ooh. And again, I destroyed everything all the way down. Ah! It is a bit unwieldy to build this stuff. Sometimes you make mistakes. Let's build a little dirt block right here. I think that will help prevent flooding in case water gets its way down here. Although we have a big hole right here, so it's not going to help that much. And then at some point or another, we are just going to cut this real quick. Good time, have a great nums, Jamoy. What are you getting for nums? A hydrate. Okay, so about that, I have a problem. I'm out of coffee and water right now. I might need to do a quick run for water. A sandwich. Well, fair enough. quick little sandwich. That's all you need. Go get water, boy. Okay, give me 2 seconds. Let me give you a better view of something actually interesting to look at, rather than just a big gray area. Okay, let me leave you with the view. I will take a real quick break and we will be right back when I get water. I am back. Welcome back, everybody. Have you been behaving during the break? Hmm? Has chat been well behaved? Ah, I have fresh water. In summer, I always keep some cold water in my fridge. So, nice cold bottle of water. It helps a lot when it's 40 degrees outside and inside. Ah, that's nice. I did need that. I really don't need this forester, however. Too many C's. Wait, what? What did I do? Oh, C's Celsius, you mean? The temperature, where am I? Yeah. Yeah. For those who are... Ooh. Whoa. The Timberborn was like, oh, I'm crashing, by the way. It didn't like me trying to convert to Fahrenheit. Which, to be fair, I kinda support. I understand his point. Reheating your leftovers made easy, yeah, and reheating everything else too. Well, to be fair, this week we've had much better temperatures. So it's been kinda nice to finally not suffocate for a few days. But yeah, summer over here gets kinda hellish. I suppose we can just cut off this arm of the river now. That's a dead arm. No hit downs this year for you. 20 and sunny. Ooh, nice. It's been so cold. It's not been cold. I've been having the windows open all day. What do you mean it's been cold? Well, not over here at least. It may have been cold over there, but not even 26 Cs today. Okay, yeah, no, it was higher than that over here. To be fair, I've had higher temperatures than that. I was in window open territory. So, you know. So how are we doing here? I think we dug out the whole tunnel, haven't we? Yeah, pretty much. Alright. So, we've built, time to destroy. That's okay. How about here? No, I don't have scaffolding here. Perfect. This path can be removed. And we should have path and scaffolding over here, however. Like that. Probably other way. Just in case. And we should have scaffolding over here. Poof poof. And this is going to be the main power shaft that collects the water, the power from all the water wheel. So it's a pretty important one, you know, if you disconnect that, you disconnected 90% of the base. Which is a big oops moment. Unless I mean the global south, you're sorry. You're in medium land, cold is 10, hot is 30, average is 20. Yeah, that's kind of what is the case here, though in summer it becomes, yeah, more like 30, 40s, but it didn't used to be that way. And that's... If you needed any proof of global warming, which, to be honest, I'd be surprised you'd need any proof nowadays. It's kinda obvious. But yeah, the very fact that we have beaten temperature records every single year for the past 10 years or maybe even 15 years might be a clue. Global warming is the most well executed hoax ever. I mean, yes, the absence of global warming is the most well executed hoax ever. You're in Austria but belong in the tropics. You know, it's kind of like my sister, which, to be fair, actually emigrated in the tropics. It's kind of fun because, like, you know, nowadays, like, she lives in tropical countries, so when she comes to France and it's like 21, 22 degrees, she has a sweater and she's like under the blanket and stuff like that. It's like, oh, she lives in a tropical country. Um, but it was already like that when she lived in France. It's always been like that. I have memories of childhood of a family dinner where like you have everyone in t-shirt. It's like you have 40 people in the same room, so of course it's gonna get hot. And people are like, how on earth can you still be in sweatshirt? And she's like, oh yeah, you're right, it's starting to get a little warm. Maybe I should remove my sweatshirt. She removes the sweatshirt, she has a second one beneath it. You saw a meme today, someone denying climate change because it's actually weather engineering conspiracy by certain entities. It's not man-made because it's actually man-made. What? It's 28C in your room right now, which is way too hot for midnight. You blame people denying climate change too heatedly. I mean, it's 27 in my room, but I have a computer running and like streaming and doing all kinds of shenanigans, so it's kinda fair. 20 is perfect temperature. Yeah, 2025 is kind of the ideal for me. Not man-made, people-made. Let's be inclusive. Yeah. Well, you know, I was hiking a few days ago with my family, and like I take a picture and like there were other people around and I make a joke. I'm like, yeah, let's take a picture of the glaciers because it's it's going to be collector very soon with climate change. And like there's a guy next to us who starts going, yeah, actually climate change is bullshit and whatever, and actually the biggest cause of climate change is the sun. I wanted to hit him in the face so hard. Like, I'm not a violent person, but there are cases where I think it's deserved to be violent, honestly. And this is one of them. Yeah, dot, exactly. I went to my family, I was like, okay, let's go. I cannot listen to this any longer or I'm going to get violent. I don't want to start arguing with this guy, but we have to move. I don't engage with crazy people. It's for my own sanity. Yeah. I mean, I'm happy to engage with people who are willing to listen to an explanation, like who might be wrong on something and are willing to listen to someone who's a scientist and may know better on that topic. Um, but that was clearly not the case. Anyone crazier than yourself, at least. Hey, Hey you, censored. RIP. Willing to learn but wrong is fine. Yes, exactly. Like, for example, during COVID, I remember not during COVID, but like on the tail of COVID, basically when like lockdowns were no longer a thing. I was in vacations with friends, and like we were, I don't know, like there was a guy who was like a boat driver or something, and he was like kind of skeptical of COVID, and we started having a discussion with it about it because we were a bunch of scientists. And he was actually willing to learn, so it was perfectly fine for me. He was actually willing to understand like the arguments and listen to them, and he had questions, which is absolutely fine. Nobody's born with infinite knowledge, and there are questions that are legitimate on this kind of stuff, and that demand an answer, and that's absolutely fine. But you have to be willing to listen and to learn. That's the basic requirement. If you're not willing to listen and to learn and to be wrong, you cannot learn. If you're not willing to be wrong, you cannot learn. And that's actually true of any topic. It's not just this kind of topic that may be a bit touchy for some people. For anything, if you're not willing to be wrong, you cannot learn. And that's sometimes hard to admit you're wrong. It's super hard. One of the biggest one of the moments where I was the most like, wow, I really admire this person, was in a scientific conference. I worked on a topic, so I'm a researcher, I'm a physicist, and I worked on a topic during my PhD where I basically was involved in proving that about a third of the people working in the domain were working on something wrong. And some people were understandably pretty mad about it. They were not willing to accept that they were wrong because they'd been working like 15, 20 years, maybe more, on those topics, on ideas that we were proving were wrong, and it took time for a lot of people to accept that. Ooh, what's going on here? Out of power? What did I do? Aha. Why is this disconnected? Hang on a minute. Let me... Why have I 1800 consumption here? What's going on? Why is my power cut to everything? That should be connected, and that is connected, okay. So these are connected. Let's see, you. Why are you not connected? you're connected supposedly to this, which has 0 supply. Why 0 supply? What did I disconnect here? Yeah. I think I disconnected something vital to the infrastructure. I have a hunch. Red alert, red alert. Yep. I think I disconnected the main power shaft. Possibly. Which, you know, is not an ideal thing to do. Meanwhile, you had someone intentionally causing your face during COVID because they thought your little Prius was hogging the road and their monster truck didn't have enough space. Wow. Good thing I made redundant connections, right? Yeah, about that. Why? Oh my god. Yep, I have 2 redundant connections. None of them go to the main infrastructure. So, yeah. Right, so I have one connection from the main power shaft over here. And another one over here. Guess where none of them go? Underground. Uh-huh. Oh my god. Oh my god. So, what do we do in this kind of case? Well, we dig. Basically. We dig with very high priority. Like, do this right now. Okay, so yes, what was I saying? Yeah, so yeah, one of the things that impressed me the most one was Guy, like in a conference in front of like hundreds of his peers, maybe not hundreds in this case, maybe dozens, but like a good portion of the domain, right? He was like, yeah, they proved I'm wrong. And that's like, wow, that takes a lot of courage to be willing to admit that, yep, you were wrong, and they proved you were wrong. When it's something that's like one of the main theories, and yeah, it's something really to be admired. Like, never underestimate somebody who's willing to admit they're wrong, especially if they're like a prominent person in the domain we're working in, and you're a newcomer and you prove them wrong and you're like, yep, that was wrong. And that's really something to be admired in people. What gave you that idea? Yeah. What? I don't know. Like, I have a hint here. I broke something. What? I'm kind of amazed how long it held, right? Like, that's all. Oh my god, all the bots are dying. That's a catastrophe. That's all this power storage over here. All of this held for so long. So incredibly long. Oh my god, I have 24 bots out of energy. This is an emergency. This is a freaking emergency. Oh. Alright, so Actually... no, that's fine. I don't need to go any higher. Build this stat. Like right about yesterday. Or maybe the day before. Like probably actually yesterday or maybe the day before. Because our power storage held for so long. Wait, no, not vertical tubeway. We need the power shaft. If we build a tubeway, it's not gonna help anything. Red alert, good game. Oh god. I'm an idiot. That's fine, we'll survive. Possibly. 96 out of buildings out of power, 41 bots out of energy. That's going to have a long-term impact, by the way. That's gonna have a long-term impact because all the bots that are not building new bots, yeah, we're going to have a dip in the bot population. Hey, look at the forward thinker who built a power storage just for this moment. Yeah, and that didn't notice that it was emptying. Until everything went off. We are going to pause these for a moment because they're a big consumer. And we're going to need a lot of power. Real quick. So yeah. Oh yes, they're building, finally. Nobody's perfect, yeah. Come on. Beavers, you can do it. How long until you... Oh my god, we're just starting, aren't we? Oh no, we're almost there. Okay, we're almost there. Like, finish this one, please. Just finish this one today. Yes, yes, you can do it. Come on. You can... Oh, just 2 planks, 2 planks. I bet it's this one coming to bring the 2 planks, but I'm going to need a builder afterward. Aren't I? Yeah, I need a builder. Please. Can I get a builder? Very quick. Oh, wait a minute. No, this connected. This connected. Oh my gosh. We're good. 20,000 power supply. We can even unpause these. Let's go. Power restored. We have only 77 bots out of energy. Right. You know, that's only half my bots. No big deal. Look at that. This is a catastrophe. How do I solve that? What to do? Hmm. Does this have power? No. This does have power, however, so we can have a few bot charging stations over here. Come on. Where are they? The charging stations. Charging stations. What else? What else can I do? Yeah, you're on the correct pattern. I need so much charging right now. And I have nowhere to provide it. That's not connected to power, is it? No, it's not. How do I do that? Oh wait, they are all connected to power, these buildings. Can I do something with it? Not really. Not really at all. Um... I can have one more charging station right here. No, but charging station. Here we go. Only, yeah. Oh, look, we're already back to 45 in one day. Oh my god. This is bad. This is as bad as it gets. I think the only worst thing I could have done could be to run out of wood. Talking about which, we're at half storage of wood. We can pause a bunch of these. We can probably even pause a bunch of these. $14,000 out of 12,000 consumption. That's reasonable, I think. So that's really posing like more than half my power consumption, which is a huge amount of the wood consumption. So that might solve stuff. In terms of wood supply, but we'll have to keep an eye on it. For sure. Yeah, I think we're recovering. Only 3 bots out of energy to 1. And we're good. Whew. So, yeah. That was a bad one. If I've ever seen one. I kinda messed up here somehow. That's fine, we can fix it. So yeah, that's not bad, is it? Why is there a missing block right here? No idea. Too far to be built. Might be why I have a missing block. Yeah. And a little path block right here that we can cut for now. So we may be able to build this dirt block. Other than that, pretty nice, huh? And so from the outside, well, the entrance to the tunnel is kinda covered, but why is that? Does this need to be here? No, not really. Okay, not at all. This is remnants from the past, really. So let's be careful not to destroy one of the main power connections. That would be bad. Aha, drought started. Yeah, so from the outside that's what the tunnel looks like. I almost think we can remove that part over there. Ooh, with that, that's a construction artifact. Well, artifact. A remnant of the construction, I should say. And we can rebuild that with dirt blocks. Because that's never gonna get opened. Same for this. Well, actually, let's reverse it. The build order really needs to be inversed. And then we can build this. That is better. And that's even better. Actually, no, let's not do that. I'm not going to build it all the way up here. I'm just going to build it like that. Yeah, I think that's better. Like this. It looks nice. This is my main kaboom storage, by the way. This is where all the kabooms come from. Where they live in the wild. The best kabooms in the colony. Okay, so that's all getting built. Perfect, perfect. What is this? Why the double path? No reason anymore. Let's go. Wood is nicely recovering. Boats have fully recovered, so we're good, I think. Too far from a district still? Oh, that's annoying. What if I do this? Will this be too far from a district then? Probably. Alright, we haven't looked at the dam in a long time. In a damn long time. Ooh, not bad. Is it? That's actually getting built pretty nicely. Demoy appreciated that pun. Although I'm lucky Hebe isn't here anymore. You might have killed me for that. Aha! They did build it. Good. Nice. Yeah, that looks nice. Now you can properly see the tunnel entrance. The mouth of the tunnel. Yeah, that's okay. That's good. Is this a goddamn? That's an old reference for old people. God damn it. So the power supply is actively recovering. Good. We have 27 unemployed bots. What we put them on first? I think lumber. Tree cutting and planting, I think, is the first job. Well, the next job we give bots. Actually, let's have a look at the workplaces. Yeah. So, bot assemblers, bot parts factory are all bots. Builders huts are partially bots, partially beavers, that's fine. Centrifuges are all bots. Breweries, all bots. Bad water dumps, all bots. Water pumps. Not all bots. That should all be bots. Although some of them are paused. Dot excavator is bots. District center. Oh, I didn't know we could bot that. The mine is bought, explosives bought, farms, some are bought, but most of them are not. Fermenter, food factory are all bought. So yeah, workshop, breeze. Actually, most hauling is done by bots these days. Hydroponics, industrial lumber mill, oil press, the smelters, tapper's shack. I think we get the tapper's shack to bots. And wood workshops are bots. Okay. So yeah, I think we get lumberjack all be bots. And probably foresters. One free job for bots. That's pretty good. Reference added to this call. Thank you. I'm very much on the same page as Jess when it comes to memes. I don't know them. I'm not part of the meme culture pretty much at all. I know very few memes. And same for movies. I don't know many classic movies. Bag of memes. It's actually older than memes. 1996 movie. Oh yeah, so there. As I said, same for movies. Same for movie references. Ooh. I like how little coffee we're consuming. I have a huge field of coffee beans, and pretty much none of it is being consumed. You had the VHS. Nice. Oh right, I forgot about that project. We need a staircase down here, don't we? Yep. Wait. First of all, we need this to be removed. And then we need a staircase. Perfect. So what do I do with this? I'm still not sure what do I do with this. Hmm. Never was a fan of that series. You stick good to quality programs like South Park. I never actually watched South Park, I think. Or maybe like once or twice, mostly by accident, but BNB paves the way for South Park, if you say so. What's BNB? Let's remove these pumps. They have no need to be here. They are never going to be used. They were here at the start and then in case of emergency, really, like if we reach an emergency when we need these pumps, we're in much deeper trouble than that. What we can do is replant mangrove trees instead. Beavis and Butthead. I have never heard of that. A show about two absolute morons that like metal and music videos being morons. Okay, never heard of that show. Say Beavy? I don't know, what was it supposed to say? Um, that's your impression of them. Okay. I see. Oof. We're filling that up. Heavily terraforming this area. And I don't know how we are going to reconnect these, but we're probably gonna reconnect them. And at the end of the day, it's probably gonna be something like underground river comes out here or something. At least for now. And then that means that this whole thing is gonna be like one big interconnected area. If that makes sense. Like we can probably build up the terrain over here and like start having a little bridge. Let's start on that. Brainstorming stuff. Maybe I go 2 up before I go like that. And then on the opposite side, something like that. Oops. Yes. That's a little too vertical, is it? Does that look okay? I think that looks fine. It's not like amazing cinema or anything, more like you had to be there kind of thing. The 1996 movie probably holds up, but you're not saying you need to see it. Apparently there's a more recent one. You need to come back. Kids that sit around watching music videos on TV isn't even relatable anymore. Who are the boomers? Right, yeah. Um, Maybe remove that, and then we can build up here. And hopefully the polluted land doesn't come through. Ooh, no, ooh, ooh. Like that? Yeah, sure. That's actually better. Marginally, but it is. And then we can probably just build up. Oh, actually, that's going to be an interesting conundrum. Because this is one lower than the other side. Or is it? Yeah, it is. It is. Well, for now, we can just have it like that. Or actually, we can go straight up here. Like that? Yeah. I think that works. And so, poof, poof, poof. I'd like not to leave gaps in the middle of my cliff. Please and thank you. I know it's an artificial cliff, but it has to be a believable one. At least. Here we go. Ah. This is becoming hard. Yeah. You know what? That's fine. Something like that. My God. Can I maybe cut the terrain a little bit? Yeah, that's going to help, I think. I hope. Because now I can look inside and be like, oh, that doesn't look supported. Yeah. Poof. Poof. And this. And that's probably gonna be it. Oop. Sorry, I bumped the microphone here. Yeah. So how do I... Something like that. Hang on. I built from the other side here. Definitely from the other side. Hey, Elf! My god, you've been streaming for 10 plus hours. Oh my god, yes, you're right. I didn't actually notice. That is a good point, Elf. How are you doing? Welcome in. You do have a point. I might have to concede that one. Accidental marathon? Something, something? Look, I don't take the decisions here. The beavers do. You're busy packing, but you've been lurking. Oh, where are you going? What are you packing for? I'm not addicted for sure. No, no, definitely not. That's absolute certainty. If I were, nobody could prove it. Yeah, what are you packing for? Going to a convention or something? Hmm. Okay, yeah, so we're going to have to finish here, I think, soon. Ah, that's a secret. You're making another GeoGuessr on Discord. Ah, I see. Hey, Crazy Rooster, how are you doing? Welcome in. Just got off from work. Ooh, nice. Nice, nice, nice. You missed the big beaver incident. Well, we cut off power from everything. Oh, we have our lake finally. Yeah, that's nice. Musing yourself over the mathematical physics problem. Oh, nice. Hmm. Interestingly, we are low on dirt. I really wonder why. Why ever would we be low on dirt? Hmm. Really, truly a mystery. Right? Why would we be low on dirt? We're barely constructing with dirt. Barely ever using it. It piqued your interest after reading up a condensed physics, matter physics. What is it? Tell me about it. Ah, solitons. Yeah, they're a weird concept. And these kind of pseudo particles are always a bit of a weird concept. But an interesting one nonetheless. Oh no, Elf is getting licked. No lickies. Alright, I think we should end here. As Elf said, it has been 10.5 hours, almost 11. So, So yeah, and I do need to get dinner. It's 2 a.m., you know. Last time I checked, it was midnight. So yeah. Thank you everybody for joining me today. We are going to finish right here, but do not go anywhere. We are going to go share the love with somebody else.